is a District Line train to Earl's Court. This train is ready to depart.
And good evening. Welcome everybody to the live stream. It's 5 o'clock on the Sunday. Good evening to Amazed Tays. Yeah, certainly looking forward to tonight. And as ever, thanks for joining us. And this is the planner campaign. So we're going to start off on the District Line with an S7 run, Acton Town to Kensington Olympia, complete with the Emma Clarke announcements, which is always good. It was some of the GEMMA line and the Class 90. It's a Freightliner liveried one. There's a reason behind that. I'll go into that when we get that far. But we're going to do a run from Ipswich to London Liverpool Street again on the heavily improved Alan Thompson Sim GEMMA line. Then the West Coast Main Line, Class 390. Finally on Train Sim World 5 with London Euston to Milton Keynes. It just feels like a few weeks since we've got involved in that. So let's start things going then, and let's get Train Sim Classic underway. And we'll do that District Line run to begin with. So it's called Depot to Depot. The only thing I've changed, it was a D-stop train that was actually the scenario was done with, but I've just changed it across for the S7 just to make it a little bit more modern. It's the only S7 we'll see in the run, but that's where we're going to start things off. Hope everybody's doing well on this Sunday afternoon. It feels slightly milder. It's still January. It's still fairly grim, and I know. Amazed Tays, apologies for the football. I've just saw it flash up. I've not had it on today, but I've just seen the final score. But we won't talk about that too much. No doubt Christopher will have something to say on that one, I suspect. Actually, I normally put the code in of the train, but let's just see if we can do it. Here we go. So we need... actually, I'll do it a different way. I was going to put in the name of it, but I think it'd be easier just to go across down to London Underground. All these top man scenarios that have been done, and ours is called Depot to Depot, and it's the 0930. There we go, that's the one, the copy one. Yeah, very well, thank you, Amaze Tays. Good evening to Jared as well. Yes, yes, indeed. A shame, because I like him as a manager in many ways, and you know, you'll know a lot more about him than me. But things haven't been going quite so well. I do realise that in recent weeks. Hope the sounds came across okay on the intro. It's quite funny, now that I play the video through OBS Studio, I've not found a way of actually being able to hear the intro as it's playing out. I can see the sound is on there, but it doesn't come through my headset for some strange reason. But there we go. And hopefully, I noticed last week that when I played it back, the sound seemed a bit quiet as far as the trains were going. So I hope I've kind of got the levels up a little bit. I'll probably do it too much now and they'll be too noisy, but hopefully we'll get things about right. Wish there was a quick way of loading these scenarios up. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? And it tells its own tale. I mean, in my case with Stoke, we've got the new manager with Mark Robbins, and we got a draw at West Brom yesterday. So we've got a win and a draw, but we're still only 2 points clear of the relegation zone. So East End train 057 on Shed 5A, you will be third train to exit. Trains on Road 7A and 8A will leave ahead of you, so you'll have a short wait. The shunt will clear when I set your path, but do not move until I call you out at about 9:33, so you have a reasonable headway to the train ahead. Yeah, Brill, yeah, that's lovely, thanks. It's just trying to getting it quite right. So get this set up into trip cut mode. And also the shifting E while I'm thinking about it as well, so we don't have the alarms going off. I'm not going to worry too much about this because it's not linked to the announcements in any way on here. And of course it's set up as though it's the Met line anyway. So that we've had two, I think, leavers, and we should be the third out. So first stop will be Acton Town. So then Chiswick, Turnham Green, Stamford Brook, Ravenscourt Park, Hammersmith, Barons Court, West Kensington, Earls Court Yard, Earls Court again, then Olympia, Lille, stop at Lille Bridge. So I've done these scenarios before, but ages ago, so it's kind of making sure that try and obey all the signals, because there's a few demanding situations. I'm saying that didn't matter about that. I'm sure when I tried it out last night, it actually did say Olympia, so perhaps I should have set it for I don't know what the train number is now. I wish I kept it as it was. Oh well, not to worry. Yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, I do know it's the 1351 on Train to Wolfite. It's going to be I think it's the 390, but it's London Euston. Can't remember if it's Manchester Piccadilly, but it's definitely 1351, and that's on the I think that's on the Forks timetable. We should be okay to go, I think. I was having a little go at it last night, and I thought, well, I'll set it in the summer this time rather than going for this time of the year. I've not downloaded it yet, but that new weather pack thing looks interesting. I'm just a bit concerned whether it's going to affect the frame rates or anything. Yeah, that'll be good. Just thought it's a while since I've done the Pendolino. Really are going downhill here, aren't we, into Acton town, where we will then start the service. You certainly have to put some brakes on to keep below 10, as you can see. Won't say it's an impossibility, but it's not far off. Glide into the platform. Still love the detail on this district line. Good evening to Patty. Yeah, it really is good, and yeah, I mean, I must admit, Patty, I'd love to see this on Train to World 5 at some point, and who knows, I mean, we do know that Just Trains have done the Met line for Train Sim Classic, so you know, maybe one day for Train to World 5. I think it would be a wonderful add-on, actually. We do have the London Overground, Willesden Junction to Stratford coming up.
This is a District Line train to Earls Court. This train is ready to depart. Please stand clear of the doors.
Try not to get too carried away with the speeds. Disappointed, I suppose. And I don't know, I mean, I suppose in hindsight, we're not that far into January, and, you know, realistically, were they going to say massively more than they did at the beginning of December? But I don't know, it just felt a bit disappointing. I thought maybe we'd get some news on the Alan Thompson Manchester commuter route, which I'm massively looking forward to, but everything didn't seem to be progressing a great deal. I mean, there's all sorts of speculation, I think, about the Manchester commuter thing. Well, does that mean they're going to extend it to Crewe? And I can't believe that for a second.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform.
Yeah, that was exactly it, really. There was kind of nothing for nothing, really. And I mean, it looks as though, if anything, the overground route, Willesden Junction to Stratford, looks as though it's going to come out before the Manchester commuter route, which, you know, I shall massively look forward to that. I think it's going to be I know it's fairly short, but it's still going to be a fantastic add-on for Train Sim World. I mean, like, this run's demonstrating its stuff around London is really good.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform. This is Chiswick Park. This is a District Line train to Earl's Court.
So Turnham Green is next. And you know, I think one or two people seem to have said quite definitively that the overground route is coming out in February, but I haven't actually seen anything definitive. Yeah, really did. Really did. And I think it's going to add a bit of value. I mean, I'm looking forward to the idea. I mean, I haven't checked on the West Coast Mainline timetable, but if there's a kind of a connected service that you can go from Milton Keynes to the edge of the North London line, then you could do a full run from Milton Keynes to Stratford then, which will be pretty good fun. But there's also all the depot moves as well, so you could take the Adventure out from Willesden, take it out to for the Goblin Line runs. I'm looking forward to the 378 as well. Just hopefully they'll get the sounds right.
Change for the District Line to Richmond.
And I've got quite high hopes for this incredible trains man. He seems to have, I mean, he's created it all himself, and he seems to have done it from, well, I won't say from nowhere, because it's been building up over the last few months, hasn't it, with the screenshots firstly as a kind of a freeware project, but he certainly seems to have the right idea.
This is Turnham Green. Change here for the District Line to Richmond. This is a District Line train to Earl's Court.
Feels like it should be Dale Charman in one of these trains passing us on the Piccadilly line. I must try and keep a sharpish eye out on these signals as well, because I know some of these top man scenarios you suddenly find adverse signals out of nowhere. You do have to be careful. Do keep you on your toes, but lovely to drive. I mean, I like driving the 378, particularly now with the enhancement pack from Armstrong Powerhouse, but
is Stamford Brook.
just add
Please
something
mind
to
the
it.
gap between the train and the platform.
I have to say the modelling of these stations on this district line are fantastic for a freeware route.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform. This is Stamford Brook. This is a district line train to Earl's Court.
Yes, I saw some of those screenshots, and there was one of Blackfriars, wasn't there? And so hopefully it kind of sets things in store that there'll be more to come in the future, all being well from him. And, I love the railways all over the country, really, and England, Scotland, Wales, but there is something special about the trains around London with the busyness and the frequency, and it's just amazing, really. Yeah, I mean, I guess a little bit is probably reined in. I mean, I presume, I don't know whether oh, excuse me, I don't know whether Dovetail Games kind of picked up on him or how it worked out, but
The next station is Ravenscourt Park. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform.
but you kind of imagine that Dovetail Games would have reined him in a little bit and said, look, it's your first project, you're producing a new train, a new route, let's restrict it and get something that you can get finished and out, which in a way is kind of the Dovetail Games philosophy anyway at the moment, it seems, as far as I can gather.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform. This is Ravenscourt Park. This is a district line train to Earl's Court.
Yeah, definitely right. Yeah. I think the thing as well is that, route building, I mean, I've had a dabble with bits and pieces with Train Sim Classic, and that takes its time, but putting all the scenery in takes forever and a day, and doing it to any degree where you think it's, reasonably good enough to publish is another thing. But I think Train Sim World seems to take a load of time more as well, so it's kind of, where do you find the time unless you know that you're going to get paid for it? I think unless you're kind of in the situation where you're retired, then it's quite difficult to commit yourself to it. Now, I'm trying to get this down so that we're not speeding into Hammersmith. Again, another downhill approach.
The next station is Hammersmith. Change for the Circle, Hammersmith and City and Piccadilly lines. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform.
Yeah, loving the announcements in this. And I mean, it was a completely different approach, because I know when Just Trains did the Met line, they just got them to play all the recordings for them. They sat in the train and recorded them. But I think with this, they got Emma Clarke into a recording studio to re-record all the stuff for them, which was, you know, I presume she didn't do it for free, but it's still credit to her that she agreed to do it, you know, for what is basically a train game.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform. This is Hammersmith. Change here for the Circle, Hammersmith and City and Piccadilly lines. This is a District Line train to Earl's Court.
Yeah, definitely. That would be good. And also, I mean, I don't know, it's kind of like using, if you could kind of get to the stage where people could extend existing routes as well, that would be a massive bonus. I mean, you think, you know, immediately like Great Western Express and is it the Windsor branch? But there's one of the branches which is, it's, you know, it's very, very short distance really. So, you know, if we could ever get to the point where we could see some of these existing routes extended, you know, whether it'll break stuff, I don't know, then that would be an absolute bonus. So what have we got next? Barons Court. So I think when we get to Earl's Court, I think we've got to do a bit of reversing. I never actually checked how long this scenario is in time-wise.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform.
Good evening, Christopher. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so we're starting off, I mean, you might have read the blurb earlier on, but we're on a District Line service, and we're going through to Kensington Olympia via Earl's Court.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform. This is Barons Court. This is a District Line train to Earl's Court.
Mind the gap. Mind the gap.
Yes, it's quite a moody sky. This is using the Armstrong Powerhouse, one of the weather packs. So yeah, it's a bit on the overcast side. Yeah, hope you're doing well. So West Kensington is next. Oh, we've got Earl's Court coming up soon, so I think we've got a bit of reversing action going on a bit after that.
The next station is West Kensington. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform.
So we have got the cross-country run to carry on with, but I thought it's going to be a bit boring to start 3 consecutive weeks with the HST first out, so that let's try something a bit different for the first run of the day.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform. This is West Kensington. This is a District Line train to Earl's Court.
Mind the gap.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's right. But yeah, I mean, hopefully, thinking more positively. Don't want to put the kibosh, but and all the rest of it, but hopefully there is a Wembley Cup final. It's obviously you're only halfway there, aren't you, with that League Cup semi-final? But let's keep all fingers crossed. Oh, this is where we have to be dead careful. So we've got another single yellow. They are a little bit demanding, these top man scenarios, but very realistic. Right, we're all right now. We've got 2 greens, so that's looking better. The one thing I always think about with the underground is that you just don't have that AWS sound, do you? Just giving you that warning, so you've got to be even more keeping an eye out for these signals. Yeah, absolutely, Christopher. Yeah, there's really only the Bakerloo line at the moment for Trains of the World with the tube, but who knows? Maybe in the future.
The next station is Earl's Court, where this train terminates. Change for the Piccadilly line and District line services to other destinations. Alight for Earl's Court exhibition centres. Please take your belongings with you when you leave the train. All change, please. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform.
You always have to be trustful of those signalmen as well, because sometimes you're kind of coming in towards across the points and you're not totally sure whether you're about to bash into a train or not.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform. This is Earl's Court, where this train terminates. Change here for the Piccadilly line and District line services to other destinations. Alight here for Earl's Court exhibition centres. Please take your belongings with you when you leave the train. All change, please.
Pull ahead and stop at the LOS sign on signal EC318. Okay, we'll try and do that. Limit of shunt, isn't it? That's what he means. I was stuck for a minute. What does LOS? Yeah, limit of shunt, isn't it? So it's not going to be too far away. I think I was going to say that's the marker, isn't it? But it's on the signal, isn't it? Yeah, I can see it. I'm going to creep up to this signal because these bits are a little bit tricky. There we are, you can see quite clearly there, can't you? Limited shunt. Yeah, perhaps I'm trying to remember if I have to do anything in this cab when we change ends, but fingers crossed. Shut down the cab, change ends. Well, of course, this is doing it as though this is another train, so I think, as far as I know, as long we'll try and can we switch that off? Don't know if it'll let me actually. Not sure whether this matters or not. Right, let's change ends anyway. Hoping this works out okay. So I'll have to switch the cab on at this end. I'll do that shifting-y thing because of this dead man's handle thing. And I am hoping it should move. Yep, we're good. Oh, excellent. Yeah. Oh, roast pork, beer, wine, then port. Wow, that sounds lovely. Yeah, sounds very nice. I have my usual Sunday roast today. Always seems to be chicken these days. So this is, we're effectively setting ourselves up as a different service now. We've still got that not in service. That was with me messing around with the those numbers that I put in at the start. Pity I don't know what the train number was.
This is a district line train to Olympia. This train is ready to depart. Please stand clear of the doors.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah. No, that's good. Right, so Olympia. So actually, it's a shorter scenario than I thought. Actually, so it's that kind of fits in quite nicely because the other ones are a bit longish. So I think we should be all right. I think we are Olympia, Kensington Olympia, our final stop. I know there are, so I've got away with this one I think because there's some of these top man scenarios, I mean they're excellent value, but there's some way you really are tested out. I'll have to do one at some point on the stream, but there's somewhere you really do get held up in places. So if I've got my bearings right, this is the North London line. I think kind of Richmond lines behind us. Yeah, well, absolutely, yeah. Well, I thought I can't really categorise the different runs because we are with different areas, but also, you know, if there is a bit of dodgy driving involved, then I've got the excuse, haven't I? I did say I'd be all over the place. So the idea is covers a multitude of sins. Oh, excellent. Yeah. Do you know, I can't ever remember asking you about your Sunday lunch before on the stream. So yeah, that sounds nice.
The next station is Olympia, where this train terminates. Change for London Overground and National Rail services. Alight for the Olympia exhibition centres. Please take your belongings with you when you leave the train. All change, please. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform.
Used to have the motor rail services many years ago, operating from here. Hi and bye, Zachary. Are you off for dinner as well?
Mind the gap.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform. This is Olympia, where this train terminates. Change here for London Overground and National Rail services. Alight here for the Olympia exhibition centres. Please take your belongings with you when you leave the train. All change, please.
You're thinking of Alexandra Palace, aren't you? Passengers safely off now. Shut down this cab. Change ends. Open up the new cab. Depart. Expect signal to clear with a right. Alright, proceeded to the depot and berth on road 6. Well, that doesn't necessarily sound all that straightforward, does it? But we'll keep all fingers crossed on that. Well, I'm not going to... I mean, in theory, you can set that as shut down, but it didn't seem to matter when we did the other end, so we'll keep all fingers crossed that we're okay. I think that should be in the dead man's handle thing already. Excellent. Yeah, no, that's good. Right, so we shut the doors. So I think we are. Well, I think we're good. I mean, if I get things wrong here, at least we've done the full run anyway. Oh yes, of course. Yeah, I'd forgotten that. Yeah. We watch. We certainly watch the royal family in our household. And yeah, I'd forgotten that line. That's a good one. Yeah, I think it should be about the mid-session. Well, it's mid-session interval, isn't it now? So. Starts again on BBC as well, of course. But yeah, it's on the it's on the BBC iPlayer as well as being on BBC. Oh, we got a green signal. We're all right. Being on BBC Two. Did you see the 147 yesterday? from Sean Murphy. I mean, I've seen quite one or two. I've never seen a 147 in the flesh actually at the venue, unfortunately, but it's always good to see them live on the telly when they're going in, because there's that sort of intrepidation, wondering whether they're going to do it, and that was great to see. But I think I forgot what the score is now, but Sean Murphy, I think, in control. Yeah, this is why this scenario is called depot to depot, because we started in the depot at Ealing and we end up in the depot here. Well, what's it called? Leal Bridge Shed. I think that's the Earl's Court arena in the background, isn't it? But yeah, I think the snooker's restarted about 7 o'clock. Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I should be careful, shouldn't I? Spoiler alerts and all that. Don't want to give too much away. The old thing on News at 10, wasn't it? If you don't want to know the score, then look away now. I don't know what sky I think we're sunny for the next one, if I remember rightly. The thing about Tradesim World is you can change the I mean, you can change the sky fairly easily with Tradesim Classic, but yeah, it's quite dull. I love the buildings all in and around. It's very nicely done. Well done indeed. It says you supplied a maximum line speed frequency of service to passengers without any difficulty. Keeping the services safely spaced out depends on your skill in reading, reacting to signals. You've also now used every possible entry point to Leal Bridge Depot, which is good for your road experience. Take a break now. You've earned it. Well, we'll take a break from that. Yeah, absolutely. Nice work if you can get it. It certainly is. So that's the first one. So, what's coming up? he's absolutely superb, Jeff Marshall, and he's been doing it for a good few years as well. I think it started with I don't think it was the first thing he did actually, but one of the things where he really made his YouTube breakthrough was something called All the Stations, and it kind of propelled him into TV fame. He's appeared on some, I can't remember which quiz show it was now. What was that, Channel 4? Was it 15 to 1? I could be wrong on that, but I've got a feeling he's been on a quiz show at some point. But he's been on BBC Breakfast as well, and it was him and his wife, who his partner at the time, who did this All the Stations thing, and he visited all the stations around the country. But his videos, his style, there's just so much in there to keep you interested, and every one is worth a watch. Yeah, they're really, really good. But all his latest stuff, I mean, with that underground thing as well, I mean, it's always one of those perennial questions, isn't it? It's kind of like when you get to the end of you see these names on the front of your tube trains. I don't know, Cockfosters as a great example, but you're like, what's it like? What's there? And you don't tend to go to the end of the line, and he's done a great series on that as well. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, very knowledgeable, and I think London is his speciality, but he's fabulous, and he's made a full-time career out of it, and hats off to him, because it's everything that goes in. It's the skills of the videos, the editing, his general persona, and he just finds it's that balance between being a little bit geekish, which you're always going to get with train fans, but having general interest as well. And I think he will appeal to general interest. Yeah, I love that end of line thing, because that's just a normal question, isn't it, for anybody? When you've been on a tube train, you see these names as it comes into the station, and you're just intrigued to know what the places are like, and he kind of answers that question. So it felt like quite a short run there, actually, but it's still, here we are, sort of 5 to 6-ish, so it's taken best part of an hour. So we're going from Bristol Temple Meads now to Birmingham New Street. Yeah, it's that interesting style, isn't it? And I don't know whether it's a listed building or anything now, but I've never actually seen it myself in real life. But I've seen I've watched that video about it, and seen quite a few videos there. But there's some lovely stories about the underground generally. One of those great place names as well. Now it says we're taking a 220. Well, I've changed it out so that we are driving the... So if you remember, we came into Bristol Temple Meads last week, reverse end in. I've got this funny feeling we're not at the same platform, but we're not going to worry about that too much. All right. Well, funnily enough, I have actually. I did do Amersham and Chesham fairly recently, because I was kind of stopping that end anyway. I was at Uxbridge, and I did do the Amersham line, and you have that lovely place name as well, Chalfont and Latimer. which, you know, it could be a country village in the anywhere really in the country. So incidentally, with this journey, we're stopping at Bristol Parkway, Cheltenham Spa, and then Birmingham New Street. I have got a version, I'm sure, of this route somewhere, or there is a version of the route somewhere with the electrification catenary at Bristol Parkway, but we haven't got it in here. I checked last night. And I've also downloaded, ready for next week, the it's a very old route actually, not up to great standards, but so that we can carry on Birmingham New Street to Derby, which will be next week's version, but that'll be a little bit shorter, I think. Now, I've got a suspicion, memory serves me, wasn't it that platform we came into last week? We are supposed to be the same service, but I'm sure we'll be forgiven. I mean, I could have swapped that out, but I don't suppose it's going to matter too much. Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I mean, when I first did the streams back in September, and which, believe it or not, 4 months ago now, but you know, we were doing a lot of London Euston to Milton Keynes with the Pendolino then, but yeah, it's that sort of duration. But I thought, right, it's ages since I've done a run on the West Coast Main Line, so let's give that a go. And I think, again, as we've done the last 2 weeks now, I think Meads is going to run the same train at the same time. And I can guarantee on that one, I've already thought about that. We're going to do it, that'll be in the summer, we'll be doing that in June rather than having grim January weather. There is a new mod that's been created for Trains to World 5, and I haven't installed it yet because I'm just worried about performance. I've not checked it out, but you can actually put in the real weather, which is a clever little idea. And I think you could use it, you can go with historical data as well, so that you're getting back in a little bit of time. So we've got a fair long ride in here. It's going to be about an hour 25, something like that, but it goes pretty quickly, these services. And I think we're probably 2 or 3 weeks away from getting to Leeds. Oh, we're just waiting for the brakes, aren't we? Hang on. Yeah, well, it's a free one actually. You can download it for free. Lots of free stuff that's available on the Trainsim community website when you play Trainsim World 5 on the PC. There's some very talented people there. Now, speeding already. When we get closer to Birmingham, we'll be negotiating the famous Lickey Incline, of course, which was a fair old battle in the days of steam. There's a cross-country service. It's a Bristol. It's an Edinburgh Plymouth one coming in actually. I mean, in trying to replicate this service from a couple of years ago, I think I read somewhere on a forum about, in reality, there's some slow stuff going into Birmingham New Street, but I've not kind of gone to that extent. There might be, in all honesty, there might well be. There's a Czech guy. There's a train sim mod Czech website, and he's kind of done stuff like that. He actually created a mod with a barrier thing where basically you can go into places that you couldn't normally do with Train Sim World. So possible there might be a mod somewhere. I mean, there's a slight workaround, because what you can do is you can, I think, revisit the scenario for your last station or something like that, or the last, wherever you last stopped. You can kind of go back on, and it'll take it from there. But of course, if you've not stopped for an hour and you've just reached the end of the scenario, you're not going to do that again. Yeah, I mean, sometimes there's that balance between, you want it to be realistic, but also you've not had the training like a real train driver, so you're not going to know, you're never going to know the line. Well, some people do, but you're not going to know it quite as much as a real train driver. I love these people who can do it like this and switch this hood off and work. I mean, you can obviously see the speedometer quite clearly, but if you kind of got that idea of where all the speed limits are, then it's brilliant. Oh yeah, absolutely. And I must admit, I've done all sorts of stuff when I've been bored, and it's kind of not the done thing to be crashing trains on YouTube, and I think these train operating companies get a bit serious about seeing their trains flinging up in the air on streams, but I've certainly done it in my own time. And let's not forget, over the years, British Rail and all the TOCs now, they've always done like special kind of high speed services where there's a bit more leeway than normal allowed, and they're trying to do a record run. I mean, they tried a Euston to Glasgow Pendolino 2 or 3 years back, and they missed the existing record by, I think it was minutes. That they didn't quite break it, unfortunately. Yeah, good evening, SCS, Southwestern. I'm fine, thanks. How are you? Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of, it seems as though, I think, you know, they might get a bit funny about these things because they're, you know, it's a service, isn't it? And you don't want to be giving the impression that real trades crash. You know, I think perhaps, you know, you see a video of, I don't know, say a train crashing at Milton Keynes and flinging up in the air, and, you know, there's real people that use these things every night, and maybe, I don't know, it's like you say, I don't think it's a big thing really, personally. But I think some of these TOCs get more, are a bit more pedantic over certain things than others. Yeah, so by rights, the modern Bristol Parkway, we should be having electrification on, and there are versions of the route that have got this in, but this particular one that goes out to Birmingham I don't think has at the moment. Yeah, I know you've been posting quite a few bits and pieces up on YouTube, haven't you? Always good to see. I think if I tried to do this full run from Plymouth to Leeds in one go, it would have been a heck of a long stream. Yes, this is the cross country, that HSD working. So this is 1 Echo 73. So the idea is this is as close as we can anyway, replicating the full run from Plymouth to Leeds. So a couple of weeks ago we did Plymouth Exeter, then last week Exeter to Bristol Temple Meads, and then this week we're going through to Birmingham New Street. Yeah, it's quite a long one. I mean, it's not as bad as the longest cross country run in the country is Aberdeen to Penzance. And you can actually, it is technically possible to do with train sim. You could do Dundee to Penzance. And that literally would be an all-day job. I think Jeff Marshall's been on that at some point. So we are kind of in reverse. The idea is we reversed into into Bristol Temple Meads last week, so that's what we led with, and now we're going out with the British Rail Blue one. This is the Bristol to Birmingham route, which is an extended thing on Alan Thompson sim, and I think it's been done by one of the Alan Thompson people, Pete Mitchell, and I think he constantly says it's kind of a little bit not quite up to scratch now, and he's talked about doing a new version of it, but I get the impression there's lots of other projects in the works before that. Yeah, there certainly is. So, I mean, Exeter to Plymouth. I mean, actually, there's a couple of ways of doing that, because I did it in that Berks and Hampshire route or whatever it's called. But you could do it with the Western Main Lines route as well, of just trains. And the same really goes from well, the Plymouth to Bristol Temple Meads, I wanted to go via Westbury because that was mimicking the way this last cross-country service did. So that was using that Just Train South Coastway thing. Sorry, not South Coastway. What's it called? South Westway, something like that. And then this is this Alan Thompson one. Again, a few dependencies. Birmingham to Derby, which we'll be doing next week, is a very, very old route, and that's on a great side called Wally's Bits, I think it's called, believe it or not, but it's a cracking site anyway. Not what you might think. Derby Sheffield is on the Just Trains Middle and Main line, and then we've got to slightly cheat for the last bit because you could do Sheffield to Doncaster on there's a route called TPE South from a chap called Jake Fuller. It's not completely completed, but it'll do. It's kind of complete enough. It's got scenery and more or less throughout anyway, and then we'll kind of do Doncaster to Leeds. That's the easy bit, really. But I just love the fact that you can do these. That it's possible to do all these full runs nowadays. Yeah, so sorry, I've just seen your thing as well about Christopher, about flight sim. Yeah, I've not tried flight sim in years. I remember probably going back 20 odd years with a very old Microsoft flight sim thing, and I think flying a Cessna or something daft. Oh, we got a temporary speed limit, I think, coming up halfway, or well, no, we got a junction. I suppose at some point we're diverging away so as we're not going to go towards Cardiff. But I remember with the Cessna and learning, you know, some of the, try and understand a little bit of the basics of navigation and that was quite fun. I remember being really proud of myself being able to fly a Cessna from Birmingham to Manchester. They do, yeah, they do take up quite a bit. And the thing is, because I had that crash with the computer and we had all those stream problems, I had to reinstall. There's stuff that I've had to reinstall as well. And it starts getting a bit complicated because you need routes to make another route work, even though you're not bothered about but because there's assets from certain routes in. So I must confess, spent quite a bit of time faffing about yesterday. Yeah, I think on this one, I did have a slight issue with I couldn't get it to load up in RW Tools, so I'm kind of stuck with whatever skies the whoever created the scenario was for, but they didn't look too bad. But yeah, I have to say that Armstrong Powerhouse weather pack is an absolute game changer, really. It's massively improved the game. I mean, I think I had the version 1 or whatever, I can't remember what the latest one is, whether it's 2 or 3, but I had a slightly older version, and then they released that 378 enhancement pack, and I was looking at some of the scenarios and the trailers for it, and I thought, mine don't look quite as good as that, so that convinced me I needed to buy the newer pack, and certainly made a difference. I mean, one leg we are missing on these cross-country runs is quite a few of them go, obviously this is kind of the Birmingham New Street through Cheltenham Spa through to Bristol, but you've also got the one that goes to Reading, haven't you, with sort of from Coventry, then goes Leamington Spa, Banbury, Oxford, Reading, and most of that's untrained, so, but not quite all of it. Yeah, well, this is it, and you know, it's, you kind of just build the thing up slowly, really. I mean, I suppose I've got, I mean, even I can't keep track of it, but I've been, you know, buying train sim classic stuff since 2007 or whenever it first came out. And okay, is it 2000, something like that? Anyway, it's a long time. So I've never kind of added it up or what it's come to over the years, but you know, I suppose you're probably into the realm, certainly hundreds, if not thousands, really. But it does take time, and some of the things. So I've kind of, more often than not, when something comes out, I've got most of the stuff already. But then there are bits and pieces. I'll think, no, I haven't got that, I haven't got that, I haven't got that, and that'll have to wait. Yeah, well, this is it, and you know, in a way, there's an argument for saying that it's actually in some ways even more fun when you're not when you're fairly new into it, because you know, you kind of get to the, I mean, I obviously love driving it and really enjoy the games, but it's not quite as vivid and as fresh as perhaps when stuff first came out. So it's that excitement sometimes of going to places that you've known all your life, and so, you know, when there's plenty of stuff out there that you can build up the collection over time, then in a way that's even more exciting. I mean, half the time you can't, you could spend 24 hours a day driving the thing anyway, so you know, it's sort of build things up slowly and take advantage of what's in there and explore it, and it's part of the fun. And also plenty of sales come out as well, so you know, take advantage of those when they come. By the time we get to Leeds, we're going to be dark, I think. I mean, it's supposed to be September, I think, so that'll help a bit, but some of the later stage of this journey, it'll be dark by the time we get to Leeds. Well, generally, most of the scenarios are free. With Train Sim Classic, you can get them off either Alan Thompson Simulation.com is a kind of, it's got a payware bit to it, but the scenarios you can sign up for free, And there's some like payware scenarios, but most of it's free. There's loads of scenarios on Train Sim Community as well, but it's having all the stock, and sometimes you need, because there's like that West Coast Way route that SCS Southwestern was talking about. That came out over Christmas, but it's free, completely free. But you do need certain routes to make it work. Mind you, a lot of that is quite handy if you've not got it yet. But the Waterloo to Portsmouth route, it certainly comes with the 450 and the 444 anyway. Yeah, definitely so, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's right, and that's the thing. It does add up. So you know, you have to be kind of selective. I mean, I was delighted when Waterloo came out. I mean, it's slightly, I wouldn't say buggy, but it's the frame rates leave something to be desired out between Waterloo and Clapham Junction. Again, it'd be another great route to have for Train Sim World 5. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? And again, it's something I haven't had a ride on for absolute age on the game. I mean, that's one of the beauties though of Train Sim World 5, because you can, it's self-contained, and sometimes even then, you know, you need certain things that layer in to make it fully usable. But the route itself will operate out of the tin, and you can just go on and drive it, which is good. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I've got you. Yeah, I was kind of reading you to read the other way round. You know, I saw when he said the voyage of the 450, the 444, the 158, the 159. I was thinking you meant you hadn't got that, but I've just seen you a bit higher up when you said you've got most of the Southwestern main line. I understand you. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm guessing you've also got the Southampton Bournemouth one as well. I mean, again, there's a very, very old add-on, and it used to be on UK Train Sim, but there are still links to it, and again, it needs a ton of stock, but there's a very old one that does the whole thing from Waterloo to Weymouth, and a lot of the Southwestern network around things like the Kingston Loop and out to Chessington and stuff like that. Yeah, I'll have to have a watch of your Waterloo to Portsmouth. But there's still, you know, even as a 52-year-old, there's still the excitement of loading up a scenario, you know, sort of London Waterloo at rush hour and watching and seeing all the trains going by and all the busyness. The same at Clapham Junction. Yeah, it's. I'm just trying to remember the 387. Yeah, I get mixed up between the 377 and the 387, but yeah, you've got the Gatwick Express ones, haven't you? Yeah, you've got a lot more variety of stock, haven't you? That is the thing about it. I mean, I like both, to be honest. And you know, I did a run the other week. Slightly dodgy sounding horn, isn't it? That I think again, there's different horns on this thing. I like both. I mean, I did a run the other week, Carlisle to Preston, and on West Coast Main Line over Shap on TSW5, and with the lovely effect of the sun glowing down on the track, it was just incredible, really. And I think that's the thing. It's you've kind of got, you know, this realism and there is a balance. I mean, the graphics are infinitely superior on TSW5 and always will be, because this is a game engine that came from circa 2007, but there's obviously this, because of the longevity of this, of TradeSim Classic, there's so much more stock and so much more routes of potential. I mean, there's one or two things with TradeSim5, you know, some of like the bleeps and the stuff where it just feels slightly gamey, but I don't know, I love both. I mean, I've certainly not got the fastest computer in the world, but I do enjoy both, and I love the 24-hour timetable. That, I mean, with this run like that I'm doing now, I spent probably most of yesterday evening just getting the thing actually organised and this route downloaded and this scenario, changing the stock over to this train. Whereas in TradeSim World, you load it up and away you go. Yes, I know what you mean. Yeah, absolutely. But you can, I mean, you set different weathers, of course, in TradeSim World 5. I mean, sometimes there's no harm in, you know, trying to make it look slightly shinier and brighter than it is in real life in some ways. Tell you what, this run's gone quick though. We're only 13 miles away from Cheltenham Spa. It's amazing how quickly it goes by when you're chatting. I mean, I think the crucial thing to say is, you know, I mean, a lot of people have said TradeSim Classic is dead now because of how much progress they've made with TradeSim World. But they both coexist quite nicely, I think, and it's good to have the variety. I mean, because there hasn't been masses of new stuff coming out sort of week in, week out, then, you know, the last few weeks, probably in the streams, I've done more with TradeSim Classic just lately. But, you know, I'm happy with both. By the way, Yeah, and there are mods. You know, you can find some mods, I think, somewhere. I mean, it's quite nice, the snow effect when you drive in the snow, and you've got and like you drive the Class 87 on West Coast Main Line over Shap, and they aren't always in pristine condition. It can be done, I'm sure. Let me know, by the way. Hope the sound of the train's coming through okay. So there were times when I played the stream back last week, and I think looking back on it, it was a bit too on the quiet side. Yes, absolutely, yeah. Yes, I know what you mean. You've got that the autumn, whatever it's called, the track leaves thing as well. That's a bit on the dirty side. Ah, brilliant. Yeah, no, that's good. It's interesting that we've gone from Bristol, Temple, Meads, and we're not far off from Cheltenham Spa, and it's kind of typical with these cross-country runs, I think, but we've not got the speed limit for 125 at any point. Try and get a bit of brake on for the 70 mile an hour. Ooh. Well, that came from nowhere. We didn't get any adverse signals before, did we? So I'm not having that. But it did say approve, so we're all right, I think. Yeah, I've seen that, and I love that. and again, it's kind of exactly like real life, because I mean, nowadays you see a freight train come through the station and you see absolutely layered in graffiti, very artistic as well. Some of these graffiti artists, you know, not that I'm advocating graffiti, but they do look incredible sometimes. Yeah, so that was for the, well, we've got a green and then a bong, so I don't know what was going on there. There might be the odd bugs with it, because it's a very old route, so there might be the odd dodgy things about the signals, I guess. I mean, I've not tried, even, it'll probably be next Christmas now, but I downloaded that thing with one of the American routes where you got all the Christmas stuff as well going on with the trains. No, I've not seen that actually. I've not seen that. Where did that happen at then? We're not far off from Cheltenham, incidentally. There is a heritage railway around this neck of the woods, which I'm trying to think what it's called. But I had to get off here at Cheltenham Spa and then get the bus, which in the heritage railway is basically at Cheltenham Racecourse. Absolutely, yeah. Ah, excellent, yeah. Yeah, I've been to Ramsgate on a 395. So you kind of feel as though we're on the approach to Cheltenham, but I better not. We're still 5 miles away, so we don't want to go too slowly, otherwise we'll never get there. I like it. I like it. Yeah, when did that happen then? Was that is that very recent? Is that like today or very recently? Yeah, we're a bit behind schedule here, by the way. We're about 4 minutes off. We should be arriving into Cheltenham Spa round about now. Ah, okay, right. Oh, I missed out on that then completely. Right. I forget where it was. What was I reading about? Where there was a train that went through the buffers, where I think he was convicted, or he was found. He failed the drugs test somewhere. I'm trying to think where that was now. I mean, it amazes me really the degree of professionalism, because the powers of concentration, you know, when you're driving like this all day long, just takes some doing. Oh, we're not going to see it there, are we? And gone. Oh, we are. Oh, we are. No, that's all right. Yes, it's the old phrase, isn't it? Tea and biscuits with the manager. That isn't something you want to do. Yeah, well, absolutely. I always think, you know, as an expression, it kind of sounds really cosy, doesn't it? Tea and biscuits with the manager. You know, quite like to experience that, but I think it's slightly apocryphal, or whatever the expression is. I mean, the one thing, you know, sort of driving the train simulator quite a lot, and you can sympathise with, is you get all these warnings and pings in your cab going off all the time, but the problem is that it is literally that, they are going off all the time, so very easy to confuse yourself and think and forget what the last thing happened. We are coming into Cheltenham Spa Parkway, and then we got a 170. That's probably on a Nottingham Cardiff run, which again is perfectly possible to do on as a full run. drifting into Cheltenham Spa. I just have to a slight bit of acceleration on just to get to the end of the platform. But it still looks pretty good to me. I mean, I know Brad, kind of the author of the route, you know, is a bit disparaging and says, oh, it's not worth bothering with now, it's quite an old route. There's an advert for the said site that it's on, Alan Thompson. But, you know, it might not be perfect, but there's a lot of old assets used, but well, you can see bits there, I suppose. But you know, essentially, train driving view, it's not too bad. Absolutely, absolutely right. But hopefully we're getting there. Thanks, by the way, for the few new subscribers over the course of the week. Don't know if you got the chance to see the Crew to Stafford video from the week. I'm trying to get at least one. I mean, really, it should be probably two videos done in the week. Try and get a few recorded ones done. Probably a good time to say, because I've not said it so far, but anybody new watching, again, whether you're watching recorded or on the stream, or if you're watching it live, either way, if you've not done it before, then please like and subscribe, hit the notification button, and you'll be notified of when those videos, recorded ones, are coming out, and also the live streams as well. The live stream's always pretty much Sunday at 5 o'clock. But yeah, thanks as ever for your very loyal and kind comments, which is very much appreciated. But I think certainly 2025 is the time to be looking to gain those 1,000 subscribers, hopefully. I remember comment Barry Davies once said, he said everybody's favourite commentator is somebody else's pain in the posterior. So I suppose that's true. There might be some people who've tuned in and thought, can't stand him, he keeps waffling on all the time. I know. Well, this is it, yeah, there we go. We could have all sorts of stuff, couldn't we? Mugs, t-shirts, the lot. I kind of, you know, I wonder really, you know, how much of this stuff actually sells. I suspect it's not that difficult to make and all the rest of it, or to obtain. I mean, it's been pretty positive, really, the increases. I think I kind of wanted to make sure Christmas was a bit of a thing, put, you know, a bit more time, put a few more videos up, so, you know, hoping to get a few more over Christmas, and that certainly helped. and you know, it's a good time for people watching as well. Now there's a thought. Yeah, if you have a picture of my face on it as well, then oh my goodness me, that would be frighten a few people off. I mean, I've got enough camcorders in the house to sell in a camcorder shop, really, but I've not quite got round to the idea of. Oh, thanks, Dan. Oh, while we're talking about my brother, here's the coffee. I just realised actually, I said to him earlier on, I've left me mug in the kitchen where I actually hadn't. It's sitting here. Yeah, cheers, Dan. But, you know, one of these times, I don't think I'd want the idea of sitting, you know, with my view in the corner all the time, blocking part of the screen. But, you know, it might be an idea at some point for the intro. Yeah, that's a good word. Tenacious, I like that. And it's quite a delicate art, really, because you can kind of put loads of videos up that everybody else is doing, but it's trying to find something a bit different. There's plenty of interesting stuff. Some of it takes no time at all, and some of it takes forever and a day. I mean, I did that Merseyrail thing last year, and it took it took me a couple of weeks to actually assemble everything together and get it working. And I think sometimes combining a bit of real world footage as well, doesn't go amiss. But yeah, I like the word tenacious. That's good, that one. That's better. We can see it now. When we get closer to Birmingham, okay, we're a bit off yet, but we'll have that after Bromsgrove. We'll have that famous Licky incline. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It's something that I'm going to have to do at some point. It's a bit like the old news at 10 thing, isn't it? It's it doesn't matter what you're wearing downstairs as long as the top half's acceptable. And of course, it's always the case with radio, isn't it? Whatever you imagine the person to look like, they're never quite what you expect. I mean, again, it's just finding time, but I really need to kind of improve the, like the banner on the YouTube channel, and do one or two odds and ends, really. My brother does the thumbnails and the artwork that we use in and around the game, which always looks good and definitely helps the look of it. Yeah, it's funny enough. I've got a mate who's always said exactly the same thing to me there. Brilliant. but they're never what you imagine, are they? And you know, I mean, many a time, you know, you've listened to people for years, well, not years, but you've listened to people on the radio, and you think, oh, I wonder what they look like, and then you look it up, and you're thinking, no, never in a million years did I imagine they'd look like that. Yeah, that's the plan. He's going to do, when we do the Euston to Milton Keynes, then that 1351 service, then he's going to do that again. So we're a bit off yet, because, I mean, you know, we're sort of 33 miles away, aren't we, at the moment? So we're still a bit off. About half an hour or so away to Birmingham New Street, so then we've got that run from Ipswich to Liverpool Street. Oh, excellent! Yeah, Ron manager. Yes, I remember that. Yeah, all the stock kind of cliched phrases that you heard on Match of the Day. I think I am going to overlap a bit with this snooker, by the way, tonight. Unfortunately, but might have to try and pick up on it tomorrow. Ron manager. Let's try and keep up to this 100 mile an hour, because I say we're running slightly late, so I don't want to end up being too far behind. Yes, indeed. Yeah, of course, that's right. I was trying to think of some of these expressions. Yeah, it was that Paul Whitehouse, wasn't it? Yeah, jumpers for goalposts. All very excitable stuff. Actually, we've got a. There we go. That's the view. That's the view I like. Sure, in real life we'd actually get a ping there for 100 mile an hour down to 90. Must admit, back half an hour before the stream started, mind you, might have been after the usual glass of wine Sunday lunch, but I was kind of thinking, oh, you know, there used to be a time when I used to have a bit of a snooze Sunday afternoon, but I must admit, since it started and enjoying these runs and chatting to you guys, it's I feel wide awake. I think we started off relatively sunny in Bristol, Temple, Meads, but it's gone a bit cloudy now. Might end up with rain at this rate. And I think the run next week from Birmingham New Street to Derby's relatively short. I think we go via probably be stopping at Tamworth, but the routes, I'm sure you'll notice a bit of a dip in quality in terms of the route, because it's a very, very, very old one. But at least it does the job, because we bridge the gap. Oh yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. I remember. I don't remember Dennis Law as a player. You two, I guess, but yeah, what a legend. I remember my father talked in glowing terms about Dennis Law, and he related to a game that he went to. I don't know when it'd be, in either the 50s or the 60s, but probably the 50s maybe, where Dennis Law kind of single-handedly took apart Stoke, and he was full of admiration. But yeah, he came across really well too, and I always think it was ironic, the fact that I think it's ironic that for somebody that was known for playing for Manchester United for most of his career, of course, that famous clip of that back-heeled goal for Manchester City, which relegated Manchester United in something like '74, wasn't it? I mean, I was only 2 at the time, where I've seen the clips of it shown many times over the years. Then that was on ITV, as it goes. But although I don't remember it as a player, I've grown up listening to him as a pundit and co-commentator, and he was always seemed like a really top bloke, and really generous with his time and his comments. Clearly carried on loving football. Yes, indeed. It's. I remember I've got a work colleague who's Man United, and when they beat Man City in the FA Cup final last year, and I must admit I quite enjoyed it in a way, because I said it seems a strange thing then to be saying, but. It seemed like an upset, really, and it was, the meeting Manchester City at the time. But the thing is, they've won so much over the years, and it's kind of time for other people to have their say. And it looks as though Manchester City are kind of back on winning ways again now. But I wasn't totally disheartened to see them losing a few matches as well, and seeing that previously impregnable position that they were in decimated a little bit. It's lovely to see trophies just, you get sick and tired of the same people winning the same trophies every year, and I think when you see different teams winning stuff, you just get that extra absolute joy. I mean, I remember that time when Coventry won the FA Cup in '87 and Wimbledon the following year, and you know, it's just so much excitement about it. Ah, excellent. Yeah, well, stranger things have happened. I mean, I remember that story about, and clearly it was somebody who did it every year, but when Leicester won the Premier League, and you know, he put his fiver on them winning. I can't remember how much he ended up winning in the end, or whether he cashed out before it happened, but he certainly won an absolute fortune. And you know, I'm sure there's lots of people who do it every year just on the off chance. But you know, nobody has any God-given right to be in the Premier League. It doesn't matter how eminent they are, how many times they've won the title. Yeah, well, absolutely, and I think that's an amazing story in itself, isn't it? And I mean, he's a great manager, isn't it? Isn't he, Nuno? And you know, he did brilliantly with Wolves. And I mean, people always said when Forest won the First Division title, as it was then in the 70s, it's like it'll never happen again. Nothing like that, but. Yeah, we've had Leicester, and yeah, who knows, Forest. And I think that's what makes sport so exciting. It's lovely when the usual trend is bucked and something new happens. I'm pleased about this half-time cup of coffee, I have to say. I suppose for Forest, they, you know, it must be for those old enough to remember Cloughie. It's kind of like bringing back memories of those days, what it used to be like, the excitement. Because, you know, all due respect to Nottingham Forest, you know, that they were not the giants of world football. They never have been, but they became giants. Ah, here we go. This is Bromsgrove. Yeah, that's astonishing in itself, isn't it? Yeah, so we've now got, you'll see the little bar at the bottom of the screen with the gradient, but this is the start of the Lickey Incline. And I think even in the 80s, they used banking locos, even with passenger trains sometimes, would be stabled here, and they would push them up the slope because it's one of the steepest climbs. I don't know if there's any steeper climb in on the UK railway network, but it's kind of a reminder that we're not too far off Birmingham New Street. But even with this HST in full power, we're actually losing ground. I mean, when you do it in Trades and World with the 323, it's a bit easier, but I'd hate it if we got a red signal here or something, trying to get this thing moving from the off on this steep climb. We kind of level out when we get to Barnt Green, and then you've got the stations on the routes on the Cross City line, then into Birmingham New Street. Yeah, you can see how we're dropping down massively, but I think we'll make it over the top just about, even with this power behind us. Yeah, I mean, okay, it's probably never going to happen, but just imagine if both Manchester City and Manchester United got relegated in the same season. It's kind of an ironic thing there, telling you the speed limit's going down to 75 when you're struggling up the hill. But yeah, this is the famous Lickey incline. And I mean, when we get to Birmingham New Street, I mean, the model itself is not, it's not the best, because there's a better version of Birmingham New Street been done since this route was created. So it's slightly kit bash job. Not sure whether we'll see any 323s en route into the station or not. Yeah, we're gaining speed again now. We're on level ground, and then in fact we're going downhill. Well, this is Bark Green, isn't it? It's the junction off to Redditch over there. I haven't really kept an eye on what game. I mean, you know, I kind of saw the Everton-Tottenham game, sorry, Maystays, but I hadn't, I presume there's a later game on as well, is there? I haven't kept an eye on what was going on with the fixtures today. And now we've got the opposite problem. We've got quite a swift descent down now. Yes. But I'll keep my fingers crossed when it's the second leg of the League Cup semi-final. I'd love it to be Spurs against Newcastle, actually. That would be, you know, even for a neutral, you know, I mean, something that hasn't happened for quite a while. But this is Longbridge. And again, this is kind of an older version of the route, because, I mean, we haven't got custom modelled stations in here, but there is actually a proper cross-city line for Train Sim Classic as well as Train Sim World. So yeah, it's showing its age a bit, I guess, but it's done its job. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this is the last stage of this run. We're not too far away now. I am indeed. I am indeed driving the HST. I am. Sorry, I was just looking at the screen a bit closer to see who it was. Hello, no. I'll give you a view of it a bit better on the outside. So the idea behind this run is it's the... Oh, Have I missed it? Oh, we might have the first... I think I might have missed... We might have been coming to a standstill. Yeah, that's the only thing with Train Sim Classic. You go to the outside view and you miss the alarms. No, it's going to be class 90 actually. We're going to take a freight. I have done the flirt on a stream that I did between Christmas and New Year. I tried it before that on the live stream and came a bit unstuck with it actually, but that's another story. We'll just wait for these. I think these brakes take a few seconds for them to release, won't it, here? But yeah, we're going to do it. We're going to do a class 90. Yeah, it's a shame because I think the thing is, it's nice artistically on the stream. You want to see the outside of the train. There is one thing that I like with Train Sim World, because you get the pings from the outside, so it's a little bit better. Yes, indeed, yeah. And we've actually, it's going to be a freight, right, if I can get my words out, it's going to be a Freightliner grey. Sorry, right, let's try again. Get me teeth in. Freightliner green livery. It was going to be the grey one. It was going to be an unbranded Greater Anglia. That was how the scenario was created, but it needed a few bits and bobs for the reskins, and it's somehow messed it up, and you couldn't switch the alarm off on it. So I've ended up with the Freightliner one, which I'm sure has happened in real life sometimes. Ah, interesting. I didn't know that. But I do like the upgraded GEMMA route that Alan Thompson's simulation have done. It's I mean, it was pretty decent before, but again, very, very old. I mean, it was one of the first add-ons to come out, so they've done a great job with improving both the scenery, the catenary, the whole lot, really. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yes, I should. I kind of keep forgetting to stress it, really. But yeah, yes. Yeah, if you're enjoying the video, please like and subscribe. Right, it's another dodgy signal because we didn't get any advance warning of that. So, but it does say approved, so we should be all right. Yeah, absolutely. And I, you know, I've no idea who. Well, I haven't read anything about it, to be honest, but I don't know who the plans are for it to be sold to. Ah, brilliant. Yeah, yeah, fantastic. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, I think you did. I recall that. Yeah. Yeah, it's the thing is the signalling in Train Sim Classic is prone to failure, to say the least, and this is kind of a route that was done a number of years ago, and the author has talked about going back and upgrading it, but I think he's just not got round to it, really. So you do get signals. I mean, with the Armstrong Powerhouse signal thing, generally it clears the signals now, but again, because it's an old route, it doesn't work. Oh well, there you go. I think the thing is sometimes people just watch but don't necessarily think about liking, do they? So yes, please, yeah, anybody who wants to like and subscribe that hasn't done already, then I would be, of course, tremendously grateful. And thanks for, I mean, there's a lot of people that have subscribed already, so thanks to them. Must do a run on the cross city line at some point, on Train Sim World as well. It's ages since I've done a run on that. Yeah, definitely, yeah, absolutely right. And you know, you get into algorithms and all that sort of stuff, don't you? But it all goes together. And I could certainly relate back to the first videos that I did, which is kind of like, you know, just before, not last Christmas, but the year before. And you know, it took an age for those to be watched by very many people at all. But you know, it took time, and I think it was quite a good choice for the first one, because it was a Euston to Holyhead service. We went as far as Crewe in the first one, and so it got there in the end, but it took quite a while. So that warning there, that was fair enough, because that's for the speed restriction down to 30. Indeed, yes, indeed, very true. I'm just more relieved with this run actually, because I'd only re-downloaded it and I haven't run it in ages, but I was just keeping my fingers crossed that we did suddenly find ourselves going through places and there was absolutely no scenery. Of course, we are alongside the canal. And we are literally only just about a mile or so away from Birmingham New Street itself. So we go through those 5 tunnels, don't you? You get, I think it's 5 ways, and then you descend into the darkness, and there's 5 tunnels into Birmingham New Street itself. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, I've got loads of stuff really that I haven't got round to doing. I mean, last February, I mean, we've got that Great British Rail sale on at the moment, but last February, me and my brother went on a trip to Newcastle, you know, up on Tyne, obviously, and we did it from Manchester Victoria for £1. So I've got some footage of that knocking about, and I've got quite a bit of stuff that I've recorded. I must get round to doing a bit more. Yeah, we've got another signal, another dodgy signal, but and also I did the last London trip. I kind of did a bit around Watford Junction and Euston, so that you could kind of get some comparisons with the Train Sim World thing. Right, now that signal there, that isn't a real red, because those 2 little white markers, that they do tell you that we are signalled in. Wow. That's amazing. Yeah, thank you very much. Well, we've got a cross-country service coming in. Tell you what, when you get to July though, it's that's when it is easier to get up bright and early, when you got the sun shining through rather than these dark, miserable January days. Oh dear. Right. Okay. Right, well, we'll pretend we made it into Birmingham New Street. Well, we nearly made it anyway. That was a dramatic way to end the video. What was I talking about? Train crashing. Aha. There we go. That's probably the most dramatic thing that's happened on me stream ever. Okay. There we go. There we go. Didn't see that one coming. I like it. Okay. Good thing about these things is you can kind of pretend they never happened. Okay, so what's left to come? Well, there we go. And the funny thing is, I mean, I've been doing these live streams, since September. So I suppose, in a kind of a way, it's probably more surprising that that's never happened until that point. But we were signalled in that I am certain of, so never mind. Well, there we go. We were talking about, funnily enough, we were talking a bit about crashes earlier on, weren't we? So I probably jinxed myself with that one. So when we start out of Birmingham New Street, we've kind of got to pretend that we've arrived into Birmingham New Street next week. But we kind of did, but the dramatic way. Right, I think we're 1 Papa Oscar 3, are we? He says. I'm all flustered now. No, we're not at all. No, we're 1 Papa 01. There we go. Oh well, I'll call myself Power Flower Trains and Planes, but we nearly got the planes at the same time then as the trains. Right, so on to GEMMA. So we're going to do that run from Ipswich to Liverpool Street. So I did that one on the flirt over Christmas. I'm hoping we get more scenarios done. Really, I think everybody's kind of holding fire. Well, partly because of the cost of it, and partly because of the lack of eventers. I know. Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah, it's slightly bit over the top, wasn't it? And usually the collisions tend to be more or less relative to in the game, but not that time. Absolutely right. My passengers are always maintained in a high quality of comfort and safety throughout, of course. Yeah, quite possibly. Quite possibly indeed. Seems a bit boring now, doesn't it? But here we are at Ipswich. Good morning, driver. You join the action here at Ipswich, where you have taken it over our fellow lady driver, Amanda. Hugging kiss. Really? Poor girl has been taken ill. That is fine, however, you get to drive this right saucy bit of brisket down to London Liverpool Street. Anyway, get yourself strapped in and set your train up and enjoy. So I always get mixed up where the key is, but it's there. Now, this is that little E button that I pressed there to get rid of that alarm. That's the precise reason why we're actually driving this train, because when I did it with the one that was supposed to run with this scenario, could just not get rid of that cancelling sound with the E button. Hello, Connery. Sorry, Connor. Hello, Connor Young. How are you? I'm fine. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thanks for asking. Hope you are good too. And hope you're enjoying the stream. And we have the okay to proceed to Manningtree. Yeah, we need to. Actually, I haven't checked the panel over here, have I? What have we got on? Instrument lights, cab lights, we'll put the marker lights on, I suppose. Instrument lights bright. We don't want the tail lights on. I think we're all good. Right, let's get going. And we've got this lovely little speed limiter thing here as well. Yes, indeed, it's the Class 90. So we are on a run from Ipswich to London Liverpool Street, so we'll be calling it Manningtree, Colchester, Stratford and London Liverpool Street, which of course they were running up till a year or two back. Still got one or two videos of the 90s knocking about. But I kind of remember them more than anything on the West Coast main line. They're showing up for me, SDS, I think. Yeah, I could see them. Yes, indeed, it is, Christopher. Yeah, once we get to Liverpool Street, we will be on to TSW5 for the London Euston to Milton Keynes Central. Now, I don't know whether I'm doing right with this, but I always think that you need to kind of cut the power before you put the thing up to, I think that's 100. No, that's 90, isn't it? Hang on, that's 100. Yeah, they're showing up on mine anyway. I think you get these weird little oddities sometimes. I mean, it's amazing me that so far must be the shock of the impact at Birmingham New Street. I think you get these little gremlins occasionally. I've not actually, no. Do you mean in Train Sim Classic? Or, I know we've got a bit of Train Sim World with Penzance to Red Ruth or wherever it is. Get a very good view of that, did we? Oh, there we go. We can see that better now. I always feel like the Class 90 is a proper train. Oh, again, we've been caught out by the alarms, unfortunately. Right, so yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, there's some good announcement mods available, isn't there, Connor? Well, it kind of should, but you do get instances very much where they get loaned from one to the other. So it does happen. Not all the time, obviously, but oh, hang on, we need to be try going forwards. Oh yes, I remember those. The days when a computer room at school was like this amazing thing. But yes, I think I've played the HST Connor on Train to the World. I presume you mean on the West Cornwall local route, do you? I've done a few. It's not a route I've played on massively. It's not I don't think it's one of the best trains in world routes. I quite like the bit between St Erth and St Ives. That's all because I got their emergency stop because I got the bleep outside of the train, and then my reverser wasn't into forward. Well, it was on neutral actually, so because we're on a bit of a slope, it therefore started rolling back slightly. Yeah, that's right, passenger liner. But such a thing does happen more often than you think. You see Freightliner trains hauling passenger trains. I mean, it's mainly because when I swapped the stock out, I mean, the real reason why this is on here is when I swapped the stock last night, because of the original one not being able to switch the alarm off, then that was kind of the first one I came to. I thought, well, I quite like the Freightliner one, I'll leave it in. We mustn't forget the stop for Manningtree. A bit scared of going to the outside view now, because otherwise we're going to keep getting pinged all the time. I forget what the thing is to switch it off. Very early in the morning as well. I mean, this is 5 to 6 in the morning. That's why it's slightly on the desolate side. We've got the Class 153 coming quite soon, haven't we, with the Welsh Valleys route as well, which is going to be pretty good, I think. Oh, I see what you mean. You want to see inside the coach, do you? Yeah, we'll do it in a minute. We'll just wait till we get into the platforms. I'm just conscious that I know with the brakes on this thing, it's it takes kind of a full brake application, so you just got to be a tad careful. Getting plenty of adverse stuff. I mean, this is a new route, so we shouldn't have any difficulties with the signals on this upgraded route. Getting over the river. Not 100% sure. Is this the river? Right, then it's the Stour. But believe it or not, that wasn't even in the game originally. Don't know whether we are going to get any rain on the journey down to London Liverpool Street. Here's the neutral section as well. It's like a devious place to put a neutral section, just literally before the station. I bet that's caught some real train drivers out down the years. I mean, I do like the Flirts, the new 745s, but something about me does that I, completely agree with Emma's Taze that it would be great if we got this for Train Sim World. I mean, the freight ones would be quite handy as well. And if you want to try and see, it's a bit basic, the inside view there. Oh, I don't know whether oh, I've done it again. Nah. Goes off a bit too much for my liking. I do like having London Liverpool Street in the game. I mean, it's quite, because it's quite an old model, it's a little bit buggy and frame rate intensive in its own right, really. I know that I think the Alan Thompson team have talked about potentially doing another version of it, but I guess that's quite expensive. And it'd be nice if we could get the run back up to Norwich going again. There used to be a workshop version between Ipswich and Norwich. So again, just reminding myself, because I've forgotten, what did we say? Colchester, Stratford and Liverpool Street. Yeah, well, we've got the 745s, and I think Alan Thompson's simulation of bringing out the 755s, and I think they are the kind of diesel and electric. Yeah, it'd be good if we got the announcements, wouldn't it? But unfortunately, we don't. I didn't mean to press that. Yeah, that's right. I mean, I don't know exactly what they say on these announcements, but it'd be something along the lines of, "Welcome to this Greater Anglia service to London Liverpool Street. We'll be calling at Colchester, Stratford and London Liverpool Street. Our next station will be Colchester. And that's about the best I can do. I'm hoping as well, glad to hear the track joint sounds throughout, because whenever I've played the Class 90 before, they used to always give out after a part of the journey. Ah, right, that's the long way round, isn't it? That's good to know. Yeah, be calling at, so what's it say? Whittlesea, March. I don't even know how you pronounce it. Is it Mania, Ely, Sower, Bury St Edmunds, Stowmarket and Ipswich. There are short platforms at Whittlesea. Yeah, I like that. Very good. Yeah, I think that's a route that's not on either Trains of the World or Classic at the moment. And Soham's a new station, isn't it? I remember watching a Jeff Marshall video a few years back about that. Very sorry, Christopher, we got the that apocalyptic sky again. Yeah, that's right. To exit, move forward by one coach. Right, okay. Yeah, I get the idea. Right, Colchester next then. Colchester in this case, though. We're not on that line. Some of that route might be on the Cambridge-Ipswich routes. Well, sorry, no, Cambridge-Peterborough route. Yeah, very glad to hear those track joint sounds. That was something that bugged me when I used this Class 90 before. And again, another neutral section not long before the station. Ah, right, it's very curious, isn't it? It's yeah, it's all looking fine from my side, and yeah, apologies. I guess it's sometimes, I guess occasionally it can be buggy. I've never had a problem with it, you know, yet, but it's all actually all showing up my side. But yeah, don't worry. Just coming into Colchester. I think the only thing you missed, a few comments from Connor. He clearly knows the route a different way from Ipswich with via Stowmarket and March and so on, Ely, Soham. I love how the catenary's been upgraded around here. It looks much better. So it's not the nicest of skies, but it's moody. But I do love the old Mark III carriages. Yeah, it really is. It's a bit vicious, that vigilance thing. It keeps going off every few seconds. So I'll just say at this point, apologies, anybody there is that has put messages up that aren't showing up. But the last few messages have been from Connor, and we saw that one from Amaze. Seems as though it's slightly buggy tonight, the messaging system, but been fairly unusual. Normally it's been pretty consistent since I've been using it. Still feels, I mean, I like the 745 and the Flirt, but these feel like, still feel like proper trains to me. With the DVT at the back. So we've got a pretty long run now to Stratford. And we'll get a little bit more intensive the stopping services as well. A 321 with an old looked like a Great Northern one or something on the back. That's right, you've got the idea now, Connor. Yes, indeed. Yeah, welcome to this service to London Liverpool Street. The next stop will be Stratford. I do like driving the Class 90s. And again, it's not something I've done quite a while. So we'll have a pretty fast run down the Great Eastern Main Line. And fingers crossed that we get another version of this at some point. Well, nearly right. We're not calling it Chelmsford. We're going straight through to Stratford, mate. We'll be sailing through Chelmsford at, well, say sailing through about 65 mile an hour, I think, the speed restriction. You're on a different service than me. How are we doing? time wise. So I'm doing all right. I think when you could see a route like this brought up to train sim classic standards, and this is probably about as good as we're going to get from train sim classic, then it makes a world of difference. And that, I mean, particularly when we get closer to Liverpool Street, where you'll see the new style catenary. We just need a lot more scenarios for the new route, really. Not on my service, it's not. Stratford. I don't know what train you were on. Yes, again, just to say apologies if the chat's gone slightly haywire. These things happen occasionally, but thanks as ever for all the support and the interest. And if you're enjoying the video and you want to like and subscribe, then that would be tremendously appreciated, and keep the support channel going. And again, a tremendous thanks for anybody that has supported in the past. Just had a neutral section there. I should have switched the power off on that occasion. Well, I'll say this though, mate, you certainly know your Greater Anglia services. You are the Greater Anglia expert. Crikey, again the other way now. Yeah, I'm sure there's a way of switching off that. I don't know whether it's DSD or DVD on the Class 90. I'll have to look it up in the manual, but it's kind of worth disabling if you want to see on the outside, because it's literally pinging every few seconds. That's one of my favourite place names in Greater Anglia, Dis. This is Dis. And I have been on a train that stopped at Dis. coming towards Witham now, aren't we? And it's only fairly recently I realised it was pronounced Witham. I wouldn't have known. I thought it was Witham. Of course, we had the branch for the Braintree trains. So we've got this double track section all the way through Chelmsford, and then beyond that we won't be too long before we get to Shenfield, and then we get the kind of the commuter bit right into London Liverpool Street with the 4 tracks, and becomes really busy then with the trains from Southend, Victoria and Clacton. Not totally sure whether the neutral section works on this Class 90 or not. It's a very old add-on. I mean, it was very, very popular when it first came out from Armstrong Powerhouse. In fact, I remember when they first brought it out, it was so popular that I think it crashed the website. Yeah, you certainly know your announcements, mate. Crikey, is there any station in the Greater Anglia area that you don't know? And the get mixed up, is that the A12, is it, alongside us? And that kind of reminds me, I don't think we're a huge distance away from Chelmsford. Yeah, we do the Greater Yarmouth services on the Wherry lines from Armstrong Powerhouse. Kind of a reminder to me, really, that there are many routes that I've not explored that are available in the train game. And anybody who, you know, providing you know that the route's available and it's in the train sim or train sim world, then let me know. Providing I've got it, I will of course have a go at it at some point. Right, so this is the, it's 60 actually through Chelmsford. This is the advance warning. So first 85, then 60. I take it you like these real announcements. I bet you wish you could be speaking them on the stream. So I'll slow down for the approach to Chelmsford. And do you play? Do you have TSW5? Do you that you play on? What's your favourite? What's your favourite route that you've got so far on TSW5? A lovely view as well, isn't it? Going over the viaduct. We should drop the speed board down a bit now here to 85. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, maybe it's clearly you love your trades, and I'm sure it's something you'd love to be able to do in the future at some point. Certainly see your enthusiasm, your interest. Good to see. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, yeah. Fantastic. I'll enjoy the games. We are restricted down to 85. At the moment. And it's kind of the end of the fast running, really, and we become, you know, a lot slower as we get closer and closer to London. Just over 20 odd miles to get to Stratford, and that final bit into London Liverpool Street. Oh, I know. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And I'm sure I've said it before many times, but if I had the eyesight, and I don't know whether they'd take me on at my age, but I haven't got the eyesight. That's the number one problem. I would hand me notice in tomorrow. Yeah, definitely right. I think they've done an absolutely stunning job, and yeah, there are bits and pieces where, yeah, you kind of think it's not quite up to trade sim world standards, but I tell you what, it's pretty damn good. Oh, I haven't. Yeah, I've done it again. Pity you can't reset it till it stops. Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I mean, I've read loads of stories over the years from drivers and, you know, people that have done all sorts of jobs and they've changed their career and become a train driver, and I don't think they've ever regretted it. It's kind of it's kind of like a dream job. I mean, every day would be different, and you know, some might say, yeah, but if you're a real driver, you'd be bored. It wouldn't be quite so exciting day in, day out. But I think with trains, I think if you've got that kind of fascination and interest about them, then it would be absolutely stunning. Yeah, it could be right. It could be right. Oh, he's a class 70. Wow. That's what I love about this GEMMA line, though. It's not just passenger. You've got plenty of freight, and then you've got all that intensive commuter stuff as well, and even, you know, stuff like the Clacton, the South Ends, and the variety, the Braintree trains as well. Yeah, I wish I could remember what button you have to press to disable that DSD thing. Oh, it's not controlling E anyway. Shift and E maybe? No, it doesn't seem to be doing anything. Still going off. But I do like the detail. I'll say I like the catenary. I love the general improved look about it. The track, the stations, the added clutter that they've put in. But most of all, the catenary, and they've made the whole thing run a lot more stable as well. It's been a very buggy add-on the GEMMA line since it came out. Yes, I think I have actually. Yeah, I must admit I'm not a great fan of the orange look to Freightliner for all of them really. Wow, you certainly know your train announcements. So this is Sheffield. So that line that dived under us that we've just passed, that's the quick way to the Southend Victoria branch. And there is an old add-on somewhere. I think it's something like called Crouch Lines, but it's showing, that's very much showing its age now. But they do have the Southend line in. Yeah, I know, absolutely. Trouble is, he keeps announcing different trains and confusing me, saying your next stop is Ely or Soham or something, and it's like, it's not Stratford. So we're getting a bit stuttery here. So I'll keep the... What are we on? We're on 85 on the speed restrict. I'll put it on to 90 because we will be at 90 in a second. Oh, excellent. Well, that's a subject and a half, isn't it? Yeah, wouldn't mind a chocolate bar at this moment. Actually, that's a point. I've not finished my coffee off yet. That's a route I'd love to see. We've got some of the route to Stansted Airport done, but I'd love to see that one on, well, either train sim classical world, really. And, yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, I'm glad we've got them in train sim world, and fantastic to drive because they're just so really bouncy, and they've represented it brilliantly. I must do it at some point because it's only a short run, but on West Cornwall local we can do St Earth to St Ives in a pacer, and that's quite nice in its own right. But I mean, I do remember that period when they were first built, and British Rail were sort of under a lot of pressure not to spend too much to replace the old first generation DMUs. So, you know, this idea was developed about using bus bodies, and you know, hey presto, the Leyland National Bus on train tracks, essentially. Right, right. You know, I was nearly there because I was pressing. I've tried shifting E and it does nothing. I've tried controlling E and it takes you out of the game. So, wow, fantastic! Thank you. Oh well, there you go. Always the way. Nearly there with the right answer, just not quite. Of course, we've got the DVD at the back. Very good, very good, very good. I like that. No, that's excellent. But yeah, as ever, thanks for all the help. I mean, it's one thing. I mean, I could have looked it up in the manual, but again, it's kind of, I don't want to minimise the screen, and oh, there's a neutral. Don't think it works though on this Class 90 though. But anyway, we've got the power down anyway. Yeah, I certainly do. Yeah. My old favourite was the the picnic, but I don't know if that's still going. Yeah, I did I don't massively remember there being Pacer sweets, to be honest. But I did a journey once on the train from Liverpool Lime Street to Manchester Piccadilly, I think it was, on a Pacer many years ago. Yeah, well, that's exactly what they were, and you know, they were literally made in conjunction with Leyland National. They were only supposed to be like a stopgap because of the, you know, the Tories just weren't happy about them spending money on buying, or spending too much money on buying new trains. So we had this strange period in the early 80s. We had, I think the 317s came on for the Bedford St Pancras trains, but they kind of had to build new trains for that because they just electrified the line. But they wouldn't let BR spend the money and buy brand new trains elsewhere too much. And then there was a few other bits and pieces, and then the Pacers, quickly it was obvious that they weren't any good. Really for long distance, or really intended to be used for a long time, and we had the Sprinters came in then next. Yes, indeed. Yeah, very true. Do you mean this? Do you mean they don't now? Yeah, I can remember there being a little bit of cardboard and in them. Never really thought about it. I don't know what the point was. Essentially, I suppose it kept it, you know, some sort of body to hold the thing together slightly. But you had those like 4 separate bars, didn't you? I'm impressed as well how you're getting all those station names in right as well. And as far as I can see, all spelt absolutely perfectly. Well done. Yeah, I love the picnics. Yeah, must get one again soon. Yeah, it's to do with this Great British Rail sale. Now, I take issue with that slightly because it's kind of said it's 200 years since the advent of passenger trains. Now, I think anybody who knows the railway history knows that the Stockton and Darlington was, I think, basically the first steam operated train, but I don't think they operated with steam trains carried passengers from the very outset. And you know, pretty much it was really, I mean, the first proper passenger the first passenger operated steam route was Liverpool to Manchester. Just keeping an eye out on these signals because I feel as though... No, we're alright, we're green. We're okay. But it's definitely 200 years since the Stockton and Darlington Railway came out. It was, as I say, the only thing I kind of not sure about is the thing about them saying it's 200 years since the advent of, you know, the first kind of passenger routes. That's what they said with the Great British Rail sale advert. I love some of the old stories about the original routes and, you know, all that stuff about when Liverpool Manchester was built and they had those Rainhill trials and they ended up with the rocket winning. Well, I think there was a bit of conning going on there as well, because there was a bit of family connection. I think they ended up picking the rocket. I think it's inevitable that eventually Great Eastern Main Line will come out for Trains to World 5, and I think you called it yourself. You said about Matt Pedalston and basically all the routes that he kind of likes have come out over time, and he's said himself many times he likes the this route. I know I've thought about this many times and stuff like that, and I remember last time I went to Paddington and there's a great monument of Brunel sitting down in the station looking out over the station. I think he'd be immensely proud, and Stevenson as well, that something that they had started had ended up like this, and still bits of what they kind of put into being from the outset still exist today. You know, particularly with Brunel, because of the station. You look at Paddington, it's basically the same. There's lots of bits of infrastructure, if I can say the word infrastructure, along the way. I think he would be immensely proud. Well, they are, and I agree with you to an extent, Christopher, but on the other hand, I still love travelling on the train, old and new, and I like both. I like the modern stuff, I like the old stuff, which is kind of really what I like with this mix of stuff that's on Train Sim Classic, Train Sim World. I mean, I've probably said it before, but I'd love to shell out at some point and go on one of those kind of fine dining things with a rail tour, where you take in, like you have breakfast, you have a 3-course meal, you have all the drink along the day with a heritage train. Not necessarily have to be a steam train, even an old diesel, but the trouble is you need to take out a second mortgage to afford it. Sadly. And I think there is a lot of that, isn't there? It's unfortunately. I mean, even driving these things in the game, there's such a difference between if you pick, say, an old Class 33, powering it up and waiting for the brake pressure to come on. It's just a whole different world. So here's Stratford. So we've got a London Overground service there. Has it got the destination on the front? Seven Sisters. I don't know that's right, is it? I think that's incorrect. That's bound for, I would have thought from there it's either going to be Richmond or Willesden Junction or Clapham Junction. Yeah, they really do. And again, there's some great YouTube videos of people that have done the on the Blue Pullman. Absolutely. No, I didn't think that was right. But again, it's just a little reminder, because that's a North London line service, and you know, probably next month we'll be able to do that run from Stratford through to Willesden Junction. The only slight snag being that Stratford's going to look quite empty, I think, on TSW5. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping for the yacht eventually, but maybe I won't be quite ordering it just yet. These still feel like the proper trains as well. I think these Class 90s. Good evening, packed by Next. Well, the route itself doesn't exactly cost massively, but it's kind of, you need to look up Train Sim Classic to begin with. There's a much older version of this route, GEMMA, which is available. Yeah, that's right, exactly right. Now I better get some brakes on it here, otherwise we might be repeating the trick at Liverpool Street. Yeah, this is Train Sim Classic, so it's a PC only game if you've not come across it before. And there's a lot of content that's available. It's kind of just explore it and have a look. Is probably the best thing I can say. Well, I'm pretty sure that Connor. I'm amazed at the spelling as well. I really am. I'm sure you've not copied and pasted them. Every announcement, every step. You are the Greater Anglia train expert. I think they should get you into London Liverpool Street and do these announcements for real. And thanks Packed by Next for watching. And again, if you're enjoying the video and you want to like and subscribe, then please do so. It's always appreciated, the support. And I don't know if you're new to train simming at all, or but there's also Train Sim World as well, which we'll be taking a view on in a minute, because we're doing that run from London Euston through to Milton Keynes Central in the Pendolino. See, that's another one as well. Yeah, oh, thank you very much. Yeah, no, that's really appreciated. Thank you. So we are heading into... So it looks as though we've got green into the station. I mean, I suppose by rights, this service that we're taking in would be returning back up to Norwich. I don't know if you're old enough to remember the class 90s on these services. Oh, that's brilliant. That's lovely to know. Yeah, fantastic. And thank you very much. I'll have a look, you know, sort of, well, a bit later on or tomorrow. But yeah, it's always greatly appreciated, each and every one of you that's taken the trouble to subscribe. And I'm glad that you're enjoying the content and the videos. So we are signalled into platform 8. So I think we're going to get a slightly less dramatic arrival into London Liverpool Street. And it's a slight shame that the station, I mean, it's an alright station model, but it's a little bit buggy. So I'm certainly not going for any outside views at this point, because it'd be frustrating to get to there. I think when we get to the buffer stops, if we get a chance, we might sneak a quick look outside. We got a 321 waiting the platform. We got a 3, whatever it is, are the 387s over there? Don't think we got any in the house, unfortunately. I wish we had. Might have to content myself with a bowl of porridge at the end of the stream. We're a bit lacking on snacks. Yeah, it's lovely pulling yourself. I love Liverpool Street Station. Yeah, well done. So let's, yeah, I think we should be all right. I think this end of the station's okay. I think it's kind of the bit towards the tunnels that's a bit bugged. But, you know, apart from the lack of people, it's pretty nicely done. Yeah, we've still got that. We've got the display. Unfortunately, you don't quite get the arrivederci. You've got the outside view as well. That's the entrance, isn't it, going in? I know I've certainly come in that way. Bit of a quick drop there. I think you go down escalators, don't you, in real life? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Connor, for your announcements. That's much appreciated. I think you've done the whole lot. I don't think there's a single Greater Anglia service that you've not recounted, which is tremendous knowledge. So that's that one. So we just got one more run to do. Yes, I've not followed. I've not followed massively this season, but they're kind of one of those old name teams that I was glad to see back in the Premier League, and I've been reading a book that I had at Christmas about football, TV coverage, football from the 70s. I'm partly way through it. Brian Moore Saved Our Sundays, and it's a cracking read. And I mean, I'm quite interested in the TV side of things anyway, but it's kind of exploring all the regional bits as well. So there's a bit where they're going on about Jerry Harrison, and the Anglia section was the chapter I was just reading on. Yeah, absolutely right. What a top bloke he was. Yeah, I think everybody loved Bobby Robson. I mean, he still got some flack sometimes when he was England manager, but England managers, it doesn't matter how nice they are or how good they are, will always get flack. But yeah, top man. Top man. Yeah, so that's my bedtime reading at the moment. But yeah, I think we moved on. I'm moving on to Yorkshire television at the moment. Yeah, thanks for your announcements. Very good. And as I say, I think your knowledge is absolutely astonishing. Right, okay. So what do we want now? We want West Coast Main Line South. So I keep getting, yeah, that's the right one. Yeah, I think it's the 390 if I remember rightly. So we're going to set it. I'm going to set it in June, I think, because as Christopher was saying, really, you get a bit fed up with yeah, 1351. That's exactly right. Yeah. Now, let me know. The sound level is always a bit different on Train Sim World. So yeah, it's look. There you go. 1 Hotel 24, London Euston to Manchester Piccadilly. Yeah, I know. Wait, you never be sure when Power Flower Trains and Planes is about. Ah, excellent, yeah. The problem I have sometimes is I can't alter the sound level coming through me headphones, so you know, sometimes I'm probably bellowing out a little bit, and it probably sounds a lot quieter on the stream. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you keep it your secret. Yeah, and I can't remember. It's just what I picked out earlier, but I can't remember if we've got a Watford Junction stop or whether we're straight through to Milton Keynes Central. Actually, we'll check on that. Yeah, well, no, we're straight through, so there we are. So where are we? 31 minutes journey, isn't it? Yeah, it's nice to see a bit of sunshine for once. Yes, it will. Yeah, we'll go through Leighton Buzzard. Exactly right. and we've got a class 80, well, it's probably an 805, is it, next to us? So we've got a train coming into platform 1 by the looks of it. Yeah, it does. Makes an absolute difference, doesn't it? And I think actually, I mean, I don't mind sometimes. I don't mind playing it in the different weather conditions, but I think in the summer like this, it's beautiful. Right, so we're okay. We're good. Now, have I got my instrument lights on? Yeah, I'll have those on bright, I think. Yeah, it sounds about right. It sounds about right. And it kind of is, it's kind of is ideal, isn't it, for that? But this was one of my dreams, really, when Train Sim World came out. I was literally waiting for this moment when we got London Euston in the game. Yeah, which is more or less what we're doing, really. Crikey, mate. Do you know all these announcements? Yeah, absolutely right. And that's kind of the point I was making, really, about when we were on the GEMMA line. I mean, yeah, I agree. Sometimes new trains are, a little bit soulless, and okay, I suppose an argument for saying, well, Pendolinos are not exactly new now, are they? Because they came out in 2000. Oh, we got the Network Rail train coming in as well. Yeah, I mean, you're dead right, and it really is beautiful. I mean, if we could kind of say, right, everything that we've got in Train Sim Classic, if we could transport it into Train Sim World detail, then you'd be absolutely amazed. Yeah, great nickname, isn't it, that? Flying Banana. Anyway, I better get my speed up, otherwise I'm going to be about 5 minutes behind you, Maze Tays. I always think that's a slightly errant AWS ping there. That's something they could do with sorting out. And good as well with this Forks timetable thing that we now got proper length 350 services. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I mean sometimes it could be a photo. It's that good. Yeah, there can't be much in it. Yeah, we can't be too far in it. That's a route I'd love to see a train sim at some point as well. Yeah, well that's right, yeah. And I've probably said before, but I'm waiting for the day when you can actually leave the station and then walk down the street. I've probably mentioned this before, but this oh crumbs, this amazes me. Oh, if we can get them. Oh well, this amazes me. These 1960s flats, and I love how they've got the detail in like that. And I mean the thing is, I was talking about the Wilson to Stratford, Wilson Junction to Stratford thing when it comes out, probably next month or whenever it comes out, and it's going to look a bit bland at Stratford, but the great thing about this is we feel as though you've got the whole shebang here going on, because you've got the Pendolino, you've got the 350s, you've got the Aventras on the overground services, we've got the freights in there as well. Yeah, no, it'd be good if we could hear him. He a legend with all this stuff. There's a Bakerloo line service. I mean, my brother's kind of like interested in trains, and maybe not quite as much as me, and isn't really bothered about driving them, but even he was blown away by this route, and he said, wow, you know, I recognise that place straight away. Yeah, I like that. Customers are reminded to keep all personal belongings with them at all times. Yeah, that's right. If you see anything suspicious, please report it to a member of staff or the British Transport Police. See it, say it, sorted. Of course, you've got Wembley Stadium there in the background as well. Got a bit of freight stuff going on there too. having trouble seeing through the trees, aren't we there? But I mustn't forget about me speed thing in a minute. I'll wait till we get the 125. There's a Bakerloo line train in the platforms. Yeah, I mean, I have streamed this, you know, before, but it might be that I can't remember. I think you came in about the third or the fourth live stream that I did. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. The graphics are a bit better when we get the... It's not quite so jerky after Watford Junction. Right, so let's get the old speed control on. There we are. Strangely enough, it's not quite as effective as you got with the Adventurer. Yeah, that would be too, yeah. And it is the, you know, it's the busiest line, I think, in the country pretty much. I'd kind of forgotten, really, in a way. It's such a long time since I've done this on the stream. And but it's great now that we've got the full timetable in. So you've got the, I think they're every 15 minutes, the London Euston to Watford Junction trains. Slightly easier driving the Pendolino because you only have to worry about pressing the Q button. You don't have to press the Q and the E at the same time. I get a decent view of the, or a bit of a view of the tilt there. Right, I've got to remember to come down for the 110. Oh, no worries at all. Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is I'd be the one getting in trouble, really, wouldn't I, if you didn't do your homework? I think your mum and dad would be saying, "Stop watching that Power Flower. Get that homework done." But yeah, welcome back, and thanks for watching again. There we are, straightened up. Coming through to Watford Junction now. Yeah, definitely right. I was exactly the same, really. I hated homework. It didn't feel right at the... oh, I'm speeding here. I'll put it up to the 125 again shortly. Yeah, well, it's the right thing to do, and you will. I think it, you know, eventually you'll be glad you did it. Well, I'm slightly past doing homework at my age. So we're going through the Watford tunnels at the moment. So very shortly the slow lines will rejoin us. They are on our right at the moment. Yeah, it goes a bit jerky, particularly as well when you're very close to. Passing under the M25 at the moment. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing about, you know, sort of the recording videos, and, you know, I mean, I've been trying since the new year to get a recording video done between sort of this live stream on the Sunday night, and then try and get it out for Wednesdays. But again, it's the same thing, and, you know, I don't have homework to do, but on the other hand, it's still trying to fit these things in. Which I don't know whether I put that on or not. Yeah, I think it's on. It's still having that time, still busy with work. Ah, excellent. Yeah, so I'm hoping I've got the latest timetable installed. Yeah, that suggests I have, doesn't it? All right. Oh, Pendolino, yeah. But there were lots of, you know, moaning and grumbles when this route first came out because of there being bits and pieces that weren't finished, but I think with the work that Dovetail Games have done, and with the mods that's available for the PC from Forks as well, yeah, it does have an effect on your game. It certainly does. but it does make it worth driving. Now we might get a good view of the tilting here. Yeah, we really are getting round the bend now. Berkhamsted this is. Yeah, 100%. I have to say that's the number one thing I moan about with my job, and it's I'd love to start a new week completely fresh, nothing to do, look at the brand new things that come in every week, but the reality is very different. You know, I'm constantly going back on things from last week, last month, and you feel as though you're revisiting old stuff all the time. But yeah, that would be the dream of being a train driver, apart from the joys of driving a train. But yeah, I mean, you must have stressful days where the train breaks down, where you're late, where things happen, and there must be some stress, but it's not all the time, it's not every day. Most of the time it'll work damn well, yeah, as you say, you come in, new week, new day, and all that sort of stuff. To be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure about the signal pack, because there was one pack that I saw where I couldn't tell the difference between red and orange on it. So I've got a feeling I left the old one in because I kind of thought the red looked more red, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I mean, I know with train drivers, you know, they certainly, well, they obviously have to keep testing their eyesight. And, you know, a lot of it's route knowledge, and, you know, I suppose that has to be checked and this, that and the other. And I guess it's very regularly reviewed. Yeah, that's kind of why I left it in, really. But that's the beauty of the mods. You don't have to. You put in what you know, exactly what you want, and some stuff's better, some stuff isn't. And I like the idea of this weather pack, but I'm not sure I'd want it in all the time. But I suppose you could potentially switch it on and off. Still something fantastic about the West Coast Main Line, and you know, the busyness. And you know, this is a kind of a run-of-the-mill afternoon service. You know, here we are 14:15 in the afternoon, and okay, we're not getting anything past us at the moment, but we've seen such a multitude of trains. Yeah, well, I'm sure that's true, and also I think in, you know, in real life, there will be signals that are actually difficult to work out, where you do get the sun glinting and all that sort of stuff. But it's absolutely beautifully done, the livery. It is a joy to drive. I mean, I love driving the Class 87 on West Coast Main Line over Shap, but I do like driving this Pendolino. Yeah, that's what I noticed that myself actually. May says, yeah, I'm looking forward to there being more freight, more variety, and hopefully that will help to link in with the stuff on the North London line. And I'm looking forward to that idea of doing a full run on the stream at some point, Milton Keynes to Stratford, and hopefully that'll be possible. And the other thing, and I've said this quite a few times before, but I'm also looking forward to the time when somebody's going to do a bit of work. I mean, I think you said artistic license perhaps, but actually make a sleeper coach out of those Mark 3s, and then we can do a sleeper run. Yeah, I agree. I'll keep pressing B every time instead of B and N. Keep forgetting with Trade Sim Classic. I mean, it's nice the fact that because you've got the 24-hour timetable in the game, that you can kind of do both, and it's good to be able to do runs first thing in the morning as well. It would indeed. And you know, I'd love to see, you know, who knows, I'd love to see a 92 coming in and the Mark 5 carriages, but you know, that's probably asking a bit too much really for the limited use you probably get on them really. Yeah, absolutely right. And again, I'm sure it's only a matter of time, but having the Mark 3s as sleeper stock, and even if somebody did a bit of work on Creators Club, I don't know what you'd do about kind of glazing over the windows, but it would be good. I get the impression, because they were going to put the Friday charter in, weren't they, originally? And I think they kind of canned it because they thought it's just a bit too demanding on for the, particularly I suppose for the console users. I mean, there's absolutely nothing stopping you, and I've done it once on a stream. You could stick that Class 87 in and do basically the Friday charter as a quick drive and drive it to Milton Keynes. Yeah, definitely. Let's hope that we are going to get more. I think we need more joined up thinking. It's always been the way, even with Trade Sim Classic, you kind of get bits of routes here and there, and it's kind of like, come on, do the rest of it. And you know, you always kind of end up being slightly frustrated that you can't do the full route. Yeah, absolutely right. And let's hope. With the still, I mean, we had the disappointment, I think, of the January roadmap, but hopefully in the coming months. I mean, there's still a lot of stuff that they've announced that seem to be in the early stages. That Cardiff City route, for one thing. You know, we've seen a couple of screenshots of the potential trains coming out, but nothing on the route, that Netherlands route as well. I think you generally do get a cautionary signal, don't you, before Milton Keynes? Imagine, no, we should be all right, shouldn't we? I think. Yeah, we're oh yes, of course, that's a good point. SCS. Yeah, glad to hear about that. I mean, I must confess, I've not driven the 92 in Train Sim Classic in an age. I've not bought the Mark 5 sleeper coaches off Alan Thompson either, which I think it'll probably encourage me to do that at some point, because it will definitely... Milton Keynes Central, I would have said, Connor. Keep up. Yeah, I think it might encourage me to use the Class 92 a lot more, and use the Mark 5 in Train Sim Classic. Because let's not forget, if you do a summer run on the sleeper, you can basically do it in... you can basically do it in daylight anyway, virtually, you know, whether you're doing the one out or the one back. No, that's right, yeah, and I think a lot of detail. It's funnily enough, seeing me arrive at Milton Keynes Central, the last time I was here in real life was just before Christmas. We went out for the day to London, and we started from Leicester, but there was all shenanigans on the middle and main line, so we ended up coming off here at Milton Keynes and then getting a taxi home. Right, I'll if I could remember what button it is for unlock the doors, wouldn't it? Yes, you're quite right, Connor. Please mind the step down to the platform. Mind the gap. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it, as ever. Thoroughly enjoyed all the chat, the comments, your support to Mace Tays. Connor's been excellent. SCS, and there's been a few other ones as well, which has been really appreciated throughout the night. So really enjoyed it. The time, as ever, has absolutely gone by at speed, and I must admit I felt a little bit tired, and I was thinking about 4 o'clock I could do with a little bit of sleep, but I've been buzzing really all the way through. Really enjoyed it. We had the odd moment at Birmingham New Street, but nothing happened there, as Mace said. Oh, there you go. Oh, you beat me this week. You beat me. Well done. Well done. Yeah, fantastic. So, I guess that's it then. And so thank you very much. And again, just to say at the end of the video, thanks for anybody that subscribed newly tonight, anybody that subscribed at all in recent times or over the course of the last, whatever it is now, over 12 months now. Thank you very much for the support, and we'll keep going. I'm hoping to potentially get another video out in the week. I'll see if I can get time for to do that. No, he doesn't. I've won the last 2 weeks, mate. But thank you very much. Really appreciated. It was close. It was close indeed. But congratulations on the victory. But yeah, really enjoyed it. Thank you very much. We'll see you all next week. And from Power Flower, Trades and Plays, it's goodbye. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you to all. Goodbye.